Right, we are back. We are in, just closing the game and opening it a few times got us in. After that error. It seems like it remembers that you've tried to log in if you've gotten that error. So I went on Reddit and there's people on Reddit had the same issue because it had us stuck at number 1 in the queue after that error. People say you just cancel out a queue, close the game, reopen it, try again. You just do that once or twice and eventually you get in. So, let we crack on. So that's my Reaper all glammed and good to go. Quite happy with this setup. It's the Storm Sergeant or whatever chest piece, Crypt Lurker gloves, Crypt Lurker scythe. Obviously I've got the Crypt Lurker helmet on, but I've got that glammed with me glasses. Crypt Lurker chest piece glammed with Storm Lieutenant's jacket. The Crypt Lurker Van Brace's dyed red. The Muzhik trousers, which is the Harvester's trousers as well. And the shoes are Gadgerskin boots of maiming. All dyed red. Since you can't change the... I wish they would patch it so you could dye that chest piece. Because that chest piece I think would look nice with a darkish blue. But, as it is, I like it. I like it a lot, I do. Alright. Let the adventure finally begin. Obviously, I spent the first day leveling up my Reaper. If you missed that, the VODs are up on YouTube's. But I'll quickly check and see if the end of the Reaper story is finished. Because I just put that on earlier today. No, it's still processed. The HD processing on YouTube seems to take forever now. It is very slow these days. That'll be on later tonight. Anyway, the end of the Reaper. I'm very surprised the Reaper story ends at level 80. That's just the end of it. There's nothing after that. Alright. I have a feeling the journey to Charlian is going to be quite the test of your nerves. In more ways than one. You'll miss this place while you're away. I just know it. But for now, the best thing you can do is get plenty of rest while we wait to hear from Croyle. Fast forward to today. The next ship to sail. Ooh, we're getting some new company gear. Scion gear. Horse chestnut weapon coffer. I'm gonna get a scythe. Container weapon, one whose size possibly exceeds the dimensions of its container. Required weapon determined by courage up. Yeah, so I'm gonna get a scythe. Ugh. Probably something pop. Probably poopy. Popula poopy. Alphonor is feeling the need to take stock. Jasix, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. I hope this doesn't have the same issue that the Reaper story does, by the way. The Reaper story has certain parts where there's auto text. Ooh, listen to this music. Na, 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 na. This reminds me of Zelda. This has got a very Zelda feel to it, this music. But, yeah. What was I talking about? What, I got distracted by the music. Oh, listen to this. Oh, yeah. During the Reaper story, there's like 1 or 2 lines which is auto-texted. And it's so quick, you do not have a chance to read it all, especially if you're reading aloud. And there's no way to slow it down. So I'm hoping the main story quest doesn't have many of that problem, because I hate auto text. This dialogue that's here now, it's waiting on me. I can turn on manually an auto function to have it auto do it and adjust the speed. But during that Reaper part, there was bits that I had no control over. I didn't put the auto text on, it just happened. And I don't like that. And it's to keep up with the action that's going on the screen. Which again, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like that one. Right, anyway. Story time. Let us journey unto the end. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. I'm guessing this is just a quest as like a refresher, because obviously it's been a while leading up to this. So anyone that hasn't done the story recently, this will be like a bit of a refresher. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telothroi. The Telothroi stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith preserved for primal summoning. Perverted, sorry, not preserved. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Wait. Oh, the corruptive aura. Yeah. I was gonna say what, but hang on. That what's the name? Fucking guy with the white paint on his face and fedora. What was the name of the guy with his paint on his face? He had the gift of the echo as well, and he had a Geordie accent, sort of. Well, he had something close to it. But anyway, I'm sure he's know who I'm talking about. Him and Fedora obviously went into one of those towers, but again, that's because they've got the protection of the echo. Fedora with a fake echo, and him with his legit. But whereas these guys can't go into the towers because the corruption. Yeah. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempted, at least. But after what happened to Arenvald, there we go, Arenvald, that's it. Fedora. We need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet, while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telothroi are under the leadership of Fan Daniel and one other delightful fellow, Zeno Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession. That has since changed, and in troubling ways. He's just slaughtered everybody with his new Reaper job. Aye. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. It was an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labour to transform the place into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telothroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it's only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Sharlayan, I am sure of it. Master Forstelt's comments regarding the final days were curious, to say the least. The Forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Kryle. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Lim Salaminsa and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. How's the air volume, guys? And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Balsayo. Come to assist with the Order's restoration. The arrangement may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. I love this new music. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. See, this is why I'm disappointed in the launch trailer. Because it's full of so many spoilers. I didn't want to watch it, but eventually I did, and I kind of regret it. Because this whole Taru seeing you off at the docks, that was in the trailer. Plus other things in the future. I'm forgetting bits of it, thankfully. Right. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Oh shit, before I forget, Change that so it's not general chat. Yeah, I've completely got in-game general chat disabled. I've got the tab hidden anyway. Hopefully the volume of everything there is fine. We'll find out. Is everything running alright, guys? We are good? Ah, shit. Tatara's like miles in the other direction. No. What's he got on the docks? Not the airship landing. Man, where's this story going to go once it all comes to an end? Once the story of the Asians, Highlands, Zodiac and all that comes to an end with this expansion. Because there's not going to be, like, patch content with more story for this. It ends with this expansion. And the patch content that follows will lead up to the whole new next arc. I never thought the day would come when I would be sailing home again. Always seemed so very far away. Sea travel can be tedious, but I don't mind it. It's a rare experience for most Ish Guardians. Hard to see where everyone is. I usually like to speak to people at certain, during my play, so you can know what everyone else has got to say. Since they've all got extra dialogue and that. I might have lived in Master Matoya's cave for a good part of my life, but even for me, the thought of returning to Sharlayan is quite exciting. I can hardly imagine how it is for the others who lived most of their lives there. Ugh. What a grim reason to bring you to Sharlayan. Not much to be done about it, I suppose. But I would have liked to give you the grand tour under happier circumstances. Oh, Ali's there, you crazy kid. Though a part of me looked forward to returning home, I've not forgotten that my father stripped us of the privileges of our family name. I hope it doesn't cause trouble with the officials upon our arrival. Where's Thancred and everyone? Yeah, I was gonna do it as well. I was gonna become one male Vieira, but only if I could make it look like me, but I can't be bothered to buy another Fantasia. I'm happy with my character because it looks like me, and I'll just stick with that. Oh, there's Thancred and Orionji there. I shudder to think what manner of truth awaiteth us beyond the indigo deep. Still more do I dread the prospect of discussions long overdue. Contrary to what you might think, this will be like going home for me as well. I may have learned how to survive in Limsa Lominsa, but it was in Sharlayan where I was taught, quite relentlessly, I might add, a skill to properly live. So all of these guys are pretty much from Sharlayan. I didn't know Thancred was. I couldn't remember that. I'm not sure if he ever mentioned it in 1.0 or at any point. Tataru! Oh, where are you? Buried amongst the crowd. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Sharlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. Do 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 do. A lot of people are questioning why Square recently uploaded Final Fantasy 1.0's launch trailer. Like they re-uploaded it in every language.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
Yeah, if you go on the Square Enix YouTube channel, they've re-uploaded 1.0's original launch trailer in every language. Some people are just seeing because it's higher quality, but why bother at this stage? All these years later, why bother? Especially for a game that was abandoned and remade. There must be a reason. I've always said, because obviously I've played 1.0, I played through it, I know the story, I know what happened. Like I said, I've got where is it? And image. Desktop. Yeah, there's one of my screenshots from way back when I played the original. Me, Lamont, Meanie, and a few people from our guild back then. I only got 3. I didn't get many. I used to have some VODs on JTV back in the day because I streamed it a few times but not often. And I lost all of the footage because this was back when I didn't keep me videos back in the JTV days. Yeah. But yes, why are they doing it? Alright.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief.
I wonder if anyone's voice actors have been changed. Well, I thought Shadowbringers was going to do that when Shadowbringers was first like teased and we didn't really know anything about it. I thought, oh, I'm going to go back and like relive some of the events in 1.0. But obviously we didn't. We went to a completely different world. Fracture. Shard.
Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louisoix of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Try to rob him, dear one. Give me your wallet. Do you know who I am? I'm Louisoix. I'm demon.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind.
Call him.
Little Lord Alphino.
Call him Oni-chan. Oni-chan. See how he responds to that. It is, isn't it? Oni-chan, his brother. Dosa, his father. Okasa, mother. Obacha, grandmother. I can't remember grandfather. Nisa, his sister. Oni-chan. I think. Yeah. Who cares?
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Yeah, shorty.
Better.
Better. Aw, poor Tataru's gonna get left behind. Oh.
Are you alright, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
It's because we're out ditching her? Again?
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland.
Well, I mean, if you had stuck out your red mage training, your summoner training, could have been one of the team. But no, you are our accountant. Get back to work. Balance them books.
It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hell-bent on destroying the world. And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Oh. Wow, that one seems like such a dick move. No sense worrying about the things we're powerless to change. That's just like saying, in your face, Tataru, you suck. I'll bring them back safe and sound. I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
I'm curious what our response would have been for the other one. Probably would have ran away crying.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Ah.
Hori! Coulternay! what brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
Come back, everything's just burning. You had one job, Harry.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, be careful.
This is it. This part was in the launch trailer. Alright, lads. Damn it.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Good old Emmett. Splish?
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Nanny? Oh! Oh my god, it's 1.0! This is how 1.0 started? Oh my god!
Feel. Think.
Oh my god! And
the
then
day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser.
Hey, auto text.
Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Yeah, the original intro to 1.0, you were on a ship like this, and you could hear Heidelin. And then when you go out on deck, you see the meteors and shit coming down from the sky, and then the ship gets attacked by like squids and that, and Stola comes along and like protects a bunch of people by putting up a barrier around herself and that. Hereafter. Ah. She's there.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think.
I don't mind your...
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Oh my god. It's getting us in the feels. Can't believe how long this game's been. 2010. Listen to this music. Why now, Heidelin?
After your sojourn in the First,
Oh, look at the mask.
You have your answer.
Mask.
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal.
Na, na, na.
Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him.
Am I enthralled by you, though, lady? Huh? Tell me the truth. I mean, you're different to all other primals, though. Like, I don't... Like, obviously, all other people who are enthralled by primals, they show definite signs of, oh, I worship you, blah. But we just save the land and do her bidding when she calls for her here and there, but not in... It's never portrayed in the same way as, like, how, like, Leviathan and Ifrit and all that make their minions worship them.
Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield.
Oh. She can no longer call into the rift. Does that mean Zodiac has that power now? Then again, all of his followers were in the rift between the realm. You know what I mean?
Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid.
Yeah, her just being here is clearly going to be a massive drain on her.
Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it.
Yeah, look at that mask there.
When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Huh?
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Wow. I really like how they've done this intro scene where it started off like 1.0 and then it went to this. That was a real nice transition.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
This is all auto text. It's fine that it's voiced, but if there's ever a point like this where it's not, where it's like a long cutscene, I will not be happy.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Uh-oh. Might have to mute this.
Oh, I see it.
I don't mind, it's just the
Home
instrumental.
at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
Falling softly, fading
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
away.
Indeed, 'tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Someone's gonna die. I guarantee it. Somebody is going to die at some point. I bet you. I'm calling it now. I mentioned it yesterday when I was leveling up with a lullaby and that. Title drop? I'm gonna use that for my thumbnail. I'm gonna change my thumbnail. Put my faces at the side of that.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Ala Megan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next, then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions.
I'm Scion! I'm here to break things.
Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
So far, nobody's voice has changed, of the main crew.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
So far, I'm loving all the music that we've heard.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
I'm a scion. But they can't give that family name. They've been stricken. The title's been removed.
Alphino Leveilleur.
Yeah, when she interacts with that book, it's just going to be like, beep, 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 warning. Kick them out.
And Alize Leveilleur.
They've been stricken.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
So are we going to see the state that the scholarly freaking place was left in? Because obviously that place got blown to smithereens. And obviously what Coveries were here to help with the restoration.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Champion of Eorzea. I'm guessing I'm supposed to say artisan. I kind of want to say champion of Eorzea the word. Jasix Elbrudi, champion of Eorzea.
And it is a title well earned, I can assure you.
Brown nose.
An adventurer by trade is what your documentation indicates. No mention of this particular title. Self-appointed, I take it?
No.
Either way, your employer seems willing to vouch for your character, so I shall, albeit reluctantly, grant you entry. Champion.
Bitch.
And you, sir?
Oh god, what's he gonna say? Dragon Slayer.
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Don't see a scion. Freelance? Oh, Kryl.
If you'll allow me.
I do party tricks. I pull rabbits out of hats. My friend.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
I loved his face there when he was just like, oh shit, what am I going to say? What do I do for a living?
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
She's getting a turd in the meal.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
I'll stop smiling. I'm so happy.
Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
I am unaccustomed to fabricating lies on demand. Why should it matter how I earn my living? Oh, I'm loving this music. I'm going to say that probably throughout the entire expansion. Here we are at last. The great city of Sharlayan. You may have noticed some similarities with the Crystarium, yes? In fact, but we really should let Cryle have her say first. We can continue this conversation at another time. That was about as awkward as expected. Still, we're here now, and that's all that matters. I'm fine, honestly. Better to be waved through with a stern warning than be denied entry after all. Even allowing that the years I spent in the first passed here in a blink of an eye, the city feels untouched by time. Allow me to extend unto thee my warmest welcome, Jasix. May the wisdom of my homeland aid us in our endeavors. You are doubtless eager to take in the sights. Not to worry, Jasix. The city is not like to vanish before we finish our decision. Suddenly everything just goes... Oh. I'm guessing this is the nighttime music of the Sharlayan. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Oh. That doesn't look too bad. I really don't know which I prefer now. Stat-wise, obviously me Crypt Lurker one's better. That's going to last us a decent way. Unless they've changed the way that sort of stuff works now, because obviously end-game content would normally last you halfway through each expansion. But they might have changed that now. With all of like the stat changes and everything. Right, please don't be any auto text. I thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Jasix and Estinian's first time in Sharlayan. And for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. In other words, side quests. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at Baldesin Annex. How does that sound? Tis a fine suggestion. We may not be welcomed at the Levelier State as such, but I should like to know us around the neighbourhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aethray Plaza, was it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services as your guide are yours for the asking. He's gonna immediately Dragoon jump to the highest point and just look from up there, probably. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. Like that, he's gone. But, oh. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course. If you will have me. Come, Jasix. Sharlayan awaits. Oh dear, his enthusiasm is infectious, isn't it? After you, my friend. I am more than content to follow your lead. Rahatia is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Oh wow, is this like a new thing? You can leave Grahatia behind by entering a different area, using the Ethernet, or by putting too much distance between you. You can also speak with Grahatia and select the option to part ways. Wow, this is new. If you wish to have Grahatia accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. While Grahatia is accompanying you, next try speaking with Kryl. Oh my god, I've got a friend. Cool. Even though he's like always smack behind me, wind up Dalamud. Do not forget Mr. Kryl, our worthy guide. Oh, actually, before I do that, I want to quickly... never mind. I'll just keep it like that. I'll just, like, during those cutscenes when Emmett's speaking, I'll just do the, like, hide my camera. All set? Then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbour. Kryl is also now accompanying you. Lead your two companions to the last stand and speak with Kryl at the designated location. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points. Wow, this is all new. Along the way, which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. I got friends! I mean, they seem to be able to keep up well enough. It seems you've already been approved for entry. Just try not to cause any trouble while you're here. The shape of the port keeps any large ships from coming in, which means we have to use smaller vessels, of course. This means more trips and time wasted unpacking and reloading. It's really quite a hassle. Can they keep up with our sprint? Oh yeah, they sprint as well. I'm guessing other people can't see them running with us, because obviously they would have like a million Grahatia and Kryl clones running around the town. I'm guessing to everybody else it's just me. Gazing out upon the ocean like this sets my adventurous spirit ablaze. Myriad wonders are simply waiting to be discovered. Why not venture forth and find them? I already have. Can I jump in the water? No. Is there going to be swimming in this expansion? And like diving underwater? Because of both flying and swimming, I get the feeling that's the one that Square's like, maybe that wasn't a good idea. Because they just didn't really utilize it well enough. I don't know why they didn't put like enemies underwater. Just going to spend a couple of minutes exploring town. I need to get these glasses adjusted. They're not sitting right on my face. I can feel them like moving at the back every time I like move my head. The waves are looking nice and calm. Accidents around here are rare, but it pays to remain vigilant. Discuss the storage facility. With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. So I'm going to get a bunch of side quests from here then. I've lost me kippers. Find them, adventurer. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any task which pique your interest. You have been cleared by the immigrations office, after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Sharlayan the same way it is in Eorzea. Once I'm done with the story, I'm going to finally start like leveling crafting jobs. But I'm not going to like, at least with one of each class, like like Disciple of the Hand and Land and blah blah blah. I'm going to take me time with at least one of each, and not like power level them all. I'll at least enjoy one of each slowly. I mean, they've all got stories to them as well, haven't they? Like there's job quests for them. This place is called the Peristyle, and it is the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Sharlayan's pursuit of knowledge, namely large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. Does that it? So they're just going to say the same thing, or is there more? Right, so it's the same thing. I've heard this city's pretty big. I mean, it doesn't look that big. Looks just as big as Ishgard. Guess that's just Lullaby, because apparently she was getting lost. It'd be nice if there was some sort of orange marker on the map for the side ones. There's a marker for the main one there. It'd be nice if there was some sort of marker so I know where all the optional ones are as well. Guessing that's the main here, right? Why am I not hearing any, like, background sounds and that going on here? Yeah, I like what they've done with the Aethernet. I say I wish they'd do that for everything, not just like the ones in town. It's like I'd love to be able to just bring up the teleport menu, and then as I'm scrolling through this list, or if I'm going tab to tab to tab, it'll have that same sort of thing at the side, like the map, and it'll like move to where all the currents are, so you know where they are. Hopefully at some point they'll do that to that menu as well. This place is beautiful. It's a non-ruined version of Idleshire. Was there only one optional place? I've not bumped into another one yet. Unless it'll spawn more as I do the main one, and then it'll spawn more in another main point. See that stylish new shiny house there? It's mine. I'd say I was lucky to snag the plot from it, but no. I really do deserve it. Okay. Da, da, da. Can I go in any of these buildings? No. Yeah, I'm not seeing any optional markers anywhere. Oh, I see a fellow Vanna over there. Ah, this is the Levelier estate. Ah, it's Lou! Oh, hello. We'll go in. This is the estate of House Levelier. If you do not have an appointment, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave. Nah, I'm here to steal from your cabinets. Celia. This is my... it is my honor and pleasure both to serve Lady Ameliance. There is no more beautiful, more kind-hearted person in the realm, and I am happy to attend to her every need. Ah, so that mother. Wait. Yeah. I'm guessing she's going to be the actual nice voice of reason in this household, and she's going to be like, how dare you get rid of our children? And he's going to be like, but honey, and she's like, but nothing! You're sleeping on the couch tonight. And then he's like, yes, dear. Ooh, fancy. Outreach. I really wish I had the patience to finally sit down and learn how to play piano. I'd love to play stuff like this, like proper chill. Graha? You're a wizard, Graha. Get off my Dalmud! How dare you! He does not appreciate being stood on. I found a bug. Kryle's fine. Okay. He's back. Come back down to earth. Archon's design. Where's all the optional? There's like one? Baldswise? Hello, friend. Are you enjoying the sights of the city? As a proud resident, I am always happy when visitors take a liking to Sharlayan's many wonders. I'm probably going to end up speaking to everybody. I want to just take my sweet time with this expansion. Take it all in, because again, it's the final one of this storyline. Welcome to Toffwib's Tomes. My bookstore may not be the biggest, but every volume you see is a carefully selected treasure. Browse at your leisure, and don't forget our modest range of sundry goods. I'm not the only person. See, speaking to them as well. Gemstone trader. Material supplies. Melna. Research must needs be conducted efficiently. I surround myself with the sweet scent of flowers to calm myself down. Helps me keep an open mind, you see. Fuck your flowers. Nah, Graha, have a shit. The champion of Eorzea demands it. Oh my god, look. Oh my god, I want one. That's gotta be a minion. There's gotta be a minion like that. Are we gonna have a Vivi running around? Did Vivi make an appearance in this? I can't remember if he made an appearance at some point during the whole of Final 14. I'm sure he did. A little Mozart there. the rostra. Ah. This is the chamber during the CG cutscene where your Storlock came in and was like, "Rah, we Scions will never give up, never surrender." I'm very wary of some of the free company members because occasionally they'll put shit in the chat that might not seem like a spoiler. Matilde? You knew? It'll take me a while to check all these, so you go on ahead. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, sir, but the lift is presently out of service. I apologize for the inconvenience. Welcome to the Hall of Artifice. Should you be looking to descend to Labyrinthos, the lift will take you there. Or now, with a place like Labyrinthos, guessing it's big and windy. And mazy. Hope I can get over here. Uh-oh. Phew. I'm very chill in this city. This city is tranquility, as it said. Yeah, I'm running around doing all this, finding all the crystals, but something tells us Kryle's going to make us run around here anyway. She's giving us a grand tour, but the fuck? We got Sailor Moon. Script exchange? What's that say? The House of Splendor only conduct business with referred individuals, shall you understand? Phenomenon is something of a multi-purpose facility used by lecturers and craftsmen alike. If you're looking for learners, meet its through the last door on the left. If you're looking for learners' meets, it's through the last door on the left. I totally misread that. I was like, what? Ooh, fancy. Oh. Hey, Talakatia? Graha, is he a relation to yours? Is he your brother? From another mother? All this pressure is going to be the end of me. Oh, I hope I find someone who can help soon. Oh, is he your dad? Is that your dad, eh? Ooh, fish tank. Empty. Finding a worthy gleaner is proving tougher than I thought. Maybe I'm not suited to this line of work. Gleaner? Hinageshi. Am I supposed to approach any gleaners for help when the subject of our research remains undecided? Honestly, that man. Jude! Oh dear, if only you were around to help me. Maybe these are his companions from when he was here. Bark! Oh dear, am I ever going to find a craftsman for the professor? I wonder if Sid will make a return, make a venture here at some point. I was gonna say a return, but I like another tier. Yithup. If my friend doesn't turn up soon, we'll be late for the lecture. He'd have been here 2 bells early if it were one of Professor Makoto's classes. Everybody's gathered around here. I'm guessing at some point we'll come back to school. We'll become students. Anyway, that's enough speaking of the randos. Carry on finding the crystals. Just taking in the sights. Enjoying the view. Ah, this is the big library that was in the CG trailer. Reference page. We apologize for the inconvenience, but the reference desk is currently experiencing an unusually high volume of requests. Please stand by until this issue is resolved. Granville. Right, I think the last crystal should be somewhere over here. This is a dead end. Oh. Is that the last one? Oh, there may be one more south. Ah, no, that's them all. Sweet. Alright, cool. Let's, that's weird. The game was like, oh, you can find points of interest, but there's only one optional point. Oh, okay, because I teleported it. Kicked them. Son of a... Ah, there we go. Cool. That's a lot of... Ah, there's a one here. That wasn't there before. Lies! Now that is a sight one could hardly forget. The great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Baltzion, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze up upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Store, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honoured him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlayans can and do worship the divinities of their choosing. Thought there was an invisible wall there for a second, but it's just me running into something. Nothing over there. It seems there's only 2 optional points of interest. Unless more appear once I interact with this one. And here we are. The Last Stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavour with a certain indifference. Right? How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. Oh yeah, because I remember they used to eat that horrible bread stuff, didn't they? I would have that in the recipe book. That was like one of the foods that they made a big deal of with Kryl and that, saying that when they were studying in Charlie and they would just eat this bland bread that had no taste to it. I wonder if that's in the Final 14 official cookbook. This is melting. What a world! It's chocolate everywhere. Yeah. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf. That's it, the Archon loaf. The prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste distant second. Wow. The Sharlayans really are soulless, aren't they? Not surprised Louis Swag took the grandkids and headed for the hills. But no, he didn't take them. They followed after. There was one pupil at the stadium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer. So he quit his lesson and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the Last Stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan. The one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the most impressive items on the menu. Not that I've ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delight. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the XIV Plaza. Yeah, so I've just spent like the past 30 minutes running around and... I'm sure I'm not the only one. The beat's still good, guys. We all still alive. Wish OBS would fix that damn status widget thing. Da 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 da. Just laughing at the notice put on the free company board there. I completely forgot all about that. What the hell? What was with the music there? Was that someone else playing? I'm sure I've got the... I've got performance music turned off. What the hell was that noise? I'm not seeing any optionals. An unusual shape, isn't it? Quantum. I assure you, however, that it is perfectly it's a perfectly functioning Aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Been there, done that. I've just spent the past half hour running around the town. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlian stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allagan Aetherites, it allows us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Charlian's largest marketplace. You managed to get in game and do stuff, Quantum? Ah, there's an optional there. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment. How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I return here later then. I've done like 13 hours. I've just started because I spent all of yesterday grinding my Reaper to level 80. These little open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Charlian. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. I always like to do one of the new jobs per expansion. As Final Fantasy 1.0 I did Dragoon. Realm Reborn I did Monk. Heaven's Word I did Machinist. Stormblood I did Samurai. Shadowbringers I did Dancer. And this one I'm doing Reaper. I spent 2 hours yesterday getting myself glam that I'm happy with. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlian, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the A3 Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the stairs to that imposing building at the very top. Ah shit, I can't do that. If I teleport, it'll kick them from my team. Which is a bit silly. Fair enough if I completely zone out of Charlian and go somewhere else, but you'd think using the town's Aetherites would keep them with us. Yeah, I spent like 30 minutes before running all over speaking to a bunch of NPCs, and then eventually I was like, maybe I should go back. So now I'm having to do it anyway. These little decorative features are typical of Charlian architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is the Nymphaeum. Nymphaeum? An area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Charlians, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine hour. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Gotta keep an eye on my foot. So I just had an operation on it recently and it is feeling weird. Just 1 second. Keep forgetting about them. Right. Wish I had a better place to put my feet up. Blah. This grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here. Here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. Is he just staring at me? He isn't, he's just gawking at me the entire time. My apologies. From here one can see the entire city spread out below. Ah, no, he's not. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, a Crystarium. You can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Ah. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. I mean, there's a lot more places, but it doesn't seem like there's much in the way of optional interaction with these two. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Nukrept built their first homes. Nunkrept? Nunkrept? Nun? Something like that? Or Nunkrept? In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbours. That estate belongs to our friends of House Levelier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. I've already been in there. I danced all around that place. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope it's proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Balsayan Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbour, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aethray Plaza. Correct. After you, Jasix. Why do you ask him if he knows the way and then you make me lead the way? You crazy. Na, 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 na. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baltsian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you will arrive on the doorstep of the phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. I can take you there another time. Inside with you then. I'm back, and I've brought Jasix and Raha with me. Ah, you're right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Jasix. I've heard many tales of your exploits. Ojika Tsunjika. Oh my god, what a name. It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Tsunjika, Administration Officer of the Students of Baldesian. Sorry. He oversees the he? I thought it was a chick. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. The long hair. The champion of Eorzea has featured prominently in Kryl and Graha's reports. So for me, this is akin to seeing a fabled hero come to life. It's an honor to make your acquaintance. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. The annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the Isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty. So many lost to us. Our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telothroi fall. Through that door on the left, there is the main hall where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussion begins in earnest. Take some paracetamols. My foot is killing. I've not had a single bit of bother with my foot until now. I've just cleaned it and changed the bandages on it earlier, and all of a sudden I'm getting flashing pains in my foot. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andros, so please feel free to make yourselves at home. This is going to be like the Eden room of this city. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Arden just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chambers. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Do you have paper? Do you have papers pasted on the walls of your room? It was not unusual for occupants to pin up notes or documents and such, and then forget to take them when they went on their merry way. Sometimes it was quite deliberate, though. You might see complaints addressed to other members, or a thank you card for the engrossing literature some left behind. Beloved traditions that I should know better than to dwell upon. If we are to create a future for the students of Baldessian and so many others, we must look to the days ahead. Welcome back, Jasix. Ready for a nap? As Graha explained, the Andron's rooms were furnished for folks needing a break from all-night research or recently returned from expeditions. The students are used to seeing those walls plastered with articles and diagrams and personal messages, but I imagine it's quite a surprise for our newer guests. Why not take them down? Why not take them down, you ask? Well, it's often the same people who say stay in these chambers after all. And besides, when I see old notes written by friends who've since passed, it's comforting in a way, as if they're still here with us. Ah, and just to be clear, these are properly appointed bedrooms. Any mention of naps is not meant to dissuade you from getting a full night's sleep. It's good King Moogle Morgan. He's lowering his fellow Moogles down to the earth. Piece of Dalamud or Allegan Tech. No idea what that cube is. Allegan cube. Is that the experiments with Aetheryte? The Crystal Tower? there's the world map. Can't quite make that one out. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
He was off scheming again.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum.
Huh.
As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
Uh-oh.
In response to this threat, the Satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts.
Riding the shoe path.
'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Sure, I'll just clone myself.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alice and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
You're the new guy after all.
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Is this going to be a meanwhile moment? Maybe not. Right, so I can choose where I go first. Similar to the start of Shadowbringers, where you got to choose who you went to Where should one go? I still don't understand how the vote could be unanimous. What could possibly convince them all to turn their backs on Eorzea? If the Forum is intent on concealing its intentions, a cursory investigation will avail us little, I suspect. We will need to dig deeper and with the greatest of care. The process by which Forum members are elected is far and equitable. Neither wealth nor social standing offers any advantages to a prospective candidate. What? But fairly elected or not, Master Batoya still found them all to be insufferable. Our tour of the city was a pleasant distraction. I feel more than ready now to tackle the challenge of the day. Who should I go with first? Though I have read much on the subject of Radatan, this visit shall be my first. It will be interesting to see how the Hanish mean to contend with the tower, different as their magical and technological disciplines are. So it's back to Threvnir. Had I known earlier, I would have considered more subtle attire. Eeny, meeny, miny, more. I kind of wanted to go with these guys first. And get to the bottom with what the hell's going on in Sharlayan. Hitting the books. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councillors directly is a fruitless endeavour. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive for historical records of any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice to say, that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Naumenon. Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Guess I'll come back to these guys later. Bye! What happens if we accept them both at the same time? Oh, there's a bunch of side quests to be done. Waiting woman. The waiting woman sighs with impatience. Quest sync. awaiting love. How long must I wait? Oh, forgive me, I was just thinking out loud. I made plans to meet my paramour, you see, but the time of our rendezvous is long past. As a member of the Forum, his work keeps him ever so busy, even more so than usual in recent days still. He promised he would put some time aside for me, for us. I don't suppose your wanderings will take you anywhere near Nunpref's site today, will they? I need someone to check in if he's there, while I stay here, just in case. Thank you ever so much. My tardy sweetheart is an RI man. An ORI man. RI? I forget how you pronounce the... brown hair. Serious mien. Should you happen to spot him, pray convene the state of my rapidly mounting impatience. Good job, I've got the NPC text there so I can refer to that if I need to. Huh? If we are to efficiently supply the requisition requests for the gleaners, and no time for mistakes. The RI man appears to be lost in contemplation. Perhaps a gentle poke will get his attention. Please don't let there be any /say quests, please. They're by far the worst quests in this game. I think everybody hates them. By Thaliak's quill! Where did you spring from? She's grown tired of waiting. I'm not sure I... Oh, God, that was the day? I was so engaged with my tasks that I must go to her immediately. And you have been rewarded. You must be rewarded for this service. Come along, please. Quickly, now, quickly. Okay. Bear with us. Na 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 na. Ugh, can I get right? That looks better. I can. Alright. That's all I can see from my face is one strand from my eyebrow. Right in front of my eye. I can see it. Driving us up the wall. One brings darkness, one brings a light. That looks better. That'll do. Catch you later, Lou. Have a good one, buddy. What time is it? I can tell. Time flies. That's the law. Drive me up the wall now. I have to go get rid of it in a second. Filters. That looks better. Maybe. Everything looked like it had like a grey over it. It doesn't look. That looks better. That. I wonder what those wings are that I've seen some people running around with. That's the sight that everyone's trying to get. Not interested. Too much red. Whereas mine, it's just the blade. Well, my sweetheart finally arrived, thanks to your gentle reminder. He looked so exhausted from his endless labours, however, that I sent him home to rest. I had a feeling he would be at Newcraft's site. They say that spur of rock was where the eponymous Archon used to sit when he had matters to meditate upon. My habitually late love holds Newcraft in great esteem, both for his role as the founder of Charlian and the ark he built to save people from the floodwaters of the 6th Umbral Calamity. Hey, it's Noah. Thus have I an inkling of where to look when the appointed time of our trysts has passed. In any case, I should go and be with him whilst we still have some spare moments to enjoy. Ah, but I mustn't forget your reward. A little token of appreciation from the two of us to you. 815 gil, you cheapskate. That's my first side quest. Let's have a look, see. The rest are mainly focused over here. I'll go to the Doll Dash next since it's over there. Information's everything. That's why I'm here, chatting with anyone I can find. What? Do you think I was slacking? Wait. It looks familiar. So it looks like one of the As for Tom sons. Mischievous McCourty. The mischievous McCourty looks at you expectingly. If I ask you for help, you'll help me, won't you? You will? Good, because I'm having a problem with a runaway doll. It ran away? That's right. All I did was lend him a little ether and he hopped up and dashed off down the street. Oh, and Papa bought him for me as a special gift. Now I've gone and lost him. He'd be furious with me for losing the toy I kept asking for, so please, you have to help me find him. Okay. I'll hurry home and see if he went there. And you can search, the rest of the city. Thanks. Oh, he's a yellow carbuncle doll. By the way, and I think he was headed north. Anyway, he'll be back here when you have him, or, you know, you just give up. A yellow carbuncle. Jeeves has gone grocery shopping. Got him. I guess it's ran out of ether. You find a yellow carbuncle doll. Lifelike expressions aside, it appears to be otherwise motionless. Return to Journey's End and deliver him to the mischievous McCourtier. In before it never moved, she put it there and just pretended it did. Thus why she's mischievous. Lasses are driving us up the wall. He wasn't there. I don't think I'll ever see him again. This lifelike stuffed toy appears ready to scamper away at any moment. Thankfully, it lacks the ethereal energy to do so. Until she does it again, I bet you. You found him. Just like Big Mooney would have. Big Mooney? Oh, that's what I call the neighbor who used to play with me. She was so tall and so... Oh, Moonbreeder! Oh, I'm sorry to tell you, kid, but, she did. She was so tall and smart and always so nice. She'd tell me stories about her friend, a powerful wizard who could summon his very own carbuncle companion. That's why I wanted one for myself. Ryonji. I have to learn how to move him around better, though. So that when Mooney comes back, oh, she could see how hard I've been practicing my magics. This is for you. Papa says that when someone helps you, you have to show your gratitude. So, thanks for finding my carbuncle. Bye. Where'd you get the pants? Did you steal them off your dad? Oh. So she was friends with Moonbreeder. I'll do all the normal side ones first before I do that major side one. A literary delivery. Thufford seems excited to meet a real-life adventurer. Are you one of those adventuring types I've heard so much about? Oh, but this is perfect. I just happen to have an errand, that kind of the kind that adventurers love. Or so I'm told. Oh god, this is gonna be... Yeah, this is gonna be like your generic RPG fetch quest or something like that. Something she's read in a book. I'm holding onto some volumes my customers ordered in, but instead of coming to pick them up, they've all decided that they want their goods delivered. So I find myself in need of a delivery judge. Person. Might that person be you? Huzzah! Let me give you the details then. All in all, there are 3 books on the delivery docket. The first, Ishgardian Astrology. A comprehensive theory should be handed to the servant at Albright Manor. The white yonder is for a certain talkative book lover who you'll know by the constant stream of chatter. And the last, narrow road through the deep glass, goes to one of the toughest, most unflappable gleaners I have ever met. I'll just mark their locations on this handy map, like so. Books are bought and paid for. No need to collect any coin, but do return to me for your own reward. Ah. Please tell me you've brought my new book. I've been waiting for what feels like ages for the latest shipment to arrive. Penned by the young Honor Banlodius, this account records all the sights and sounds of his journey throughout the Sea of Clouds in exquisitely accurate detail. Yes, finally. Do you know the White Yonder was written by a lad of 14 years? I myself questioned how reliable such a work possibly be, but a Far Eastern colleague with whom I've been exchanging correspondence says he absolutely swears by it. It describes the wonders of the Abalanthian Sea of Clouds in exquisite detail, and is by... Oh, my nose is tingling like crazy. By all accounts, a roaring good read. The bit about the fighting prizes is said to be an especially entertaining episode. Huh. Well, I should let you return to your deliveries and whatnot. Thank you kindly for putting the long-awaited treat into my ever-so grateful hands. Okay. There's one smack right next to that one, so... Welcome to Albright Manor. Do you have an appointment? Ishgardian Astrology, a comprehensive theory, an in-depth dissertation on the merits and limitations of Ishgardian astrology as compiled by Janek Durande. Ah, yes, one copy of Ishgardian astrology, a comprehensive theory, just as his lordship requested. I must confess to some confusion, however. What interest would his lordship, an esteemed practitioner of Sharlayan astrology, have in such an outdated Ishgardian discipline? Not that I am in any position to question his lordship's reading habits, of course. On your way, then. Something I can help you with? Narrow road through the deep grass. The quintessential travel journal of the Ori Wanderer. Its pages paint an evocative picture of the Azim steppe and the rich culture of its native tribes. Ah, is that my book? Good. I need it for my journal. I usually don't have a great deal of time of reading, but as I am leaving for Orthard on requisition duty, I wanted to do some research on Far Eastern culture. I know little of the people of the Azim steppe. It says here that there are 51 distinct Xelia tribes, each with their own customs and traditions. The Buddha, for example, are exclusively male and are known for kidnapping male outsiders to replenish lost numbers. Is this accurate? I need to tread carefully, it seems. Thank you for the timely delivery. Oh, I really love the nighttime music here. It's the same with Ishgard. I love Night in the Broom. All safely delivered? Ha! Of course they were. My shop is well known for carrying publications not only from Sharlayan authors, but from all manner of foreign chroniclers and tale-tellers, meaning every time a new shipment comes in, I'm faced with an avalanche of work. I would have been buried alive without your assistance today, so here's a little something to show my gratitude. Go on, you've earned it. Scholarly perspective. You seem to have caught Baldwin's interest, or Baldwis. Hello, friend. Are you new to Sharlayan? You have that look about you. I thought as much. I'm not bothering you, am I? I so rarely meet travellers from beyond our shores and couldn't pass on an opportunity to broaden my horizons. And I assume a visitor such as yourself is eager to do the same? If you'd have an interest in learning about this city's history, for example, then I know the perfect person to give you an impromptu lesson. Head on over to Scholar's Harbour and keep an eye for a black-haired, Rugden. That would be my brother. You know the tale of any pillar and statue you care to point out, and would be more than happy to share it with you. I'm glad I put the time into my Reaper, Glenn. Most Reapers that I pass are all dressed the same. Or similar. Black, dark. Yes, was there something I might help you with? Ah, my dear sister, you see. Well, she did indeed send you to the right man, for who better to teach you about Sharlayan's history than a Studium-certified history professor? Here, take my spyglass. Go on, take it. No time like the present to learn about the past. You should begin your education with Divine Thaliak, the scholar himself. Inspect the statue of Thaliak. You may move the camera, blah 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 blah. If you've learned your history, you will know that the 6th Umbral Era brought a catastrophic flood to the lands of Eorzea. Yet when all seemed lost, the 12 Archons rose up and saved multitudes from a terrible fate. Of those 12, it was Archon Newcrypt who brought our ancestors here in his ark, and together they founded what was to become the great nation of Sharlayan. The beach at the front of Thaliak's statue is the very spot where those first Sharlayans made land. Imagine how they must have felt on that day, some 1600 years ago. I guess I've got to zoom right in for it to flag that there. No. Why not? Yeah. What? Mythology tells us that Thaliak bore a magicked pitcher from which poured forth the waters of knowledge. See how the water is drawn up from the canals and cascaded endlessly into the sea, as well as recreating the divine Ua from the tail. It also symbolizes the wisdom which rises from our city and flows out into the world. If you would like to learn more about the mechanisms by which it works, the stonemasons who built it left records of their struggle in the archives of Newman. A rather challenging construction by all accounts. This statue is the representation of Thaliak, one of the 12 divinities of Eorzea, and guardian deity of Sharlayan. As the god of knowledge, he rules over rivers and wisdom. There was once a system of governance at Sharlayan known as the Ecclesia, a great gathering at which each citizen was given a voice in decisions affecting the nation's future. And it was during one such forum wherein the people voted to elect Thaliak as our patron. It was not piety which drove this choice, but rather a natural progression of our principles and creeds. We Sharlayans have, after all, always devoted ourselves to the purest pursuit of knowledge. And there you have it. I hope you enjoyed your introduction to Sharlayan historical architecture. If we are to do justice to the towering Thaliak, however, there is one last snippet of knowledge that we simply cannot overlook. Come along to the foot of the statue. Love the teleportability on a Reaper. Guarantee there'll be a good few YouTube videos of people playing this on their guitars. Pray, direct your attention to yonder doors. Behind them, nestled within the statue itself, is a chamber known as the Pathless Way. Those who have acquired mastery over specialized disciplines, or whose deeds have led to significant advances in their chosen field, are invited to enter said chambers and receive the title of Archon. Ah. So what did Thancred do? What's his history here? Obviously, Ystol as a student of Master Matoya. Is it just because he was obviously a disciple of Louisoix? Those have acquired mastery Archon. We place great value on the pursuit of knowledge, and thus the Archons are held in especially high regard. As the embodiment of our ideals, they are permitted to browse the forbidden archives, and have ever stood at the centre of our nation's greatest achievements. Now, as for the most secret and sacred ceremony which awards them their title, I'm afraid that even I am not privy to the particulars. Has that to do with them getting the marks on their necks? But it's some secret ritual. Is there going to be some big twist to Ystol and everybody? You will forgive my ignorance on the subject, I hope. a scholar and a gentleman, and thus concludes the lesson. Should you happen to return by the same route, pray convey my warmest regard to Balbus. Glasses are driving us up a wall. I'm gonna put the other ones on. Thankfully, when I bought these, I got a pair for half the price. Well, I couldn't see half the price. Better not be a scratch already. Yeah. Yep, I think I need to go to the opticians with these ones and get them adjusted, because every time I'm like turning my head now, I can feel them like moving at the back here, and it's driving us up the wall. They're not sitting comfortably. Same glasses, just slightly different frames. Like these ones have got a orange stripes, as these ones are yellow on the side and black on the back. That's better. And when I move my head with these ones, I'm not moving around. These ones need readjusted. Even though they were apparently made to the exact same specifications as my previous glasses. Both of these. Ah, you've just come back from hearing one of my brother's lectures, haven't you? That's another look I'm quite familiar with. His breadth of historical knowledge is extensive, sufficient to earn him the title of Archon, he hopes. The problem is, if his contributions to the field are to be officially acknowledged, he must have written recommendation from high-ranking professors. But in these tumultuous times, such ceremonial concerns have been pushed to one side. And so he idles away his spare moments at the harbour now, just gazing out at the ocean. I thought having an eager student might relight his spark. Which is why I jumped at the chance to speak with you. I must apologise for not being more honest with my intentions. Please accept this gift for your troubles, and allow me to welcome you once more to Charlie. I think this is the only one in the area now. There'll be a bunch more once I do the next main mission. More than likely. It's usually how it goes. Right. The hunt for specimens. The diminutive gleaner is on the lookout for an able-bodied adventurer. Do my eyes deceive me? Or are you Jasix El Bruti? Yes? Well, as I live and breathe, it is you. Ha! I knew I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the guild ship's top hunter now, eh? Wait. You have heard of the guild ship hunt, yes? You're not so different from the hunt you're familiar with in Eorzea, as I understand it. I'd wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventurer of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? No, you would not. Pray, speak with Northwater at the peristyle to register your interest at your earliest convenience. I'm glad that person in my free company's behind story-wise. He's just doing Shadowbringers patch content at the minute. Because he seems to like yakking about it in chat. Keeping an eye out in case he puts anything major spoilers, because obviously there's quite a few people in my free company that are even further behind. I am Northwater. Have you come to place a bounty on any unruly beast? By the scholar, you're Jasix? I was half convinced I'd set the others an impossible task, asking them to find you. The Gleaner's Guild ship has begun posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes that capable individuals will take up arms to lighten our ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remain the sticking point. Few hailing from our fair palace are willing to take up arms, let alone able to stand against the more fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You needn't work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the rewards we offer are as fine as any you'll find abroad. The currency we employ is a relic of times when Galena was a great deal less figurative, so you may find it somewhat eccentric, but it's as good as any gill here. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half of the creatures they send you after, but I find it best not to worry about that all much. Slay beasts, collect samples, try not to think about the long-term effects of touching said samples, and get paid. Simple, no? That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in the deep end just yet. Let's have you start off with some junior marks so you can get your feet wet. Guild ship hunts now accessible. You're now permitted to take bills for the junior marks from the guild ship hunt board in Old Sharlayan and Radatan. Defeat the monsters described on the bill, and you'll be rewarded with tokens that can be exchanged for exclusive items. The exchange tokens for exclusive items speak with either Jasix in Old Sharlayan or with Wilmetta in Radatan. New quests and associated marks will become available from North Order in Old Sharlayan upon reaching level 83. Three sacks of nuts. We get nuts for doing these ones as well. Ah, yeah. Right. So this is where that cat comes from. Ah, yeah, so the currency from a Crystarium's exactly the same here. Sweet. Ah, right, this is where those wings are. Highly recommended for those who feel an affinity with Void Scent. Used to acquire a pair of Diablos wings. So that's where these come from. That's why I'm seeing the odd few people running around with them. Right. Should be everything for now. Yep. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Nomenum, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that. For the archives of Numan extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of Great Gubal Library pale in comparison to Numan's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizens of Sharlayan is free to enter and pursue its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Istola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alize and Alphano will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history of foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. Yay, studying! Hooray. I shall just put down this scythe and go pick up a book. I promise you, working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading, and happy gunting! The pattern on that door there. Jajapa. I'm assisting my colleague in his hunt for research materials, specifically a thesis by Munbrida. But it's difficult to find any one tome in a library of this size. I feel sorry for that kid that I just did a side quest for earlier. She was friends with Munbrida, and she's waiting for her to come home so she can speak with her. Swiss. Were you looking for a specific volume? Only Archons may check our forbidden tomes, but if there is anything else you require, simply say the word. Brightly coloured book. I like that one, shiny. Title on the spine reads, The Story of Sharlayan. Long, long ago, on an island in the Northern Sea, there lived a Rogadan man by the name of Nunkrept. Nunkrept was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nunkreft's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nunkrept wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Albanthea's spine. Was that ship? Whose was that ship again? There was a ship in Stormblood near the major city there. This green ship. Was it that one? Refugees from the surrounding regions. I don't think it was. Or it might have been. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, But it was not long before, but then that's all the way over there, not here. So I can't be, can it? Was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Numkremft gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the Ark to those redden peaks. It is it. I have to double check now. That's I think it was that ship, the one that had like the green glow on it. Let's see, Stormblood ship. If that gets us ended. Whether this was specifically mentioned in game, but which civilization built the ship that was used to help people escape the flooding? Yeah. That is the ship that I'm thinking of. Let's see if I can get a picture of it. The sightseeing log says, when the sixth unborn calamity befell Eorzea, and the realm was transformed into a sea, this great vessel, built by a man hailing from far from the north, named Numkremft, yeah, it is that ship, saved full many lives, having taken aboard countless souls drifting in the floodwaters. It was finally transported by Jasix to its current resting place. To the Sharlians, the Empire was a threat to their very way of life. They had spent an age stubbornly resisting all war, and the Imperial invasion of Ilsabard and Orthard was a bane to the values they had held since Numkremft's time. The Marquis made the Void Ark and Dunskaith to escape the flood. Well, we know what happened to Void Ark. They weren't as lucky. See if I can get a picture so you know what ship I'm talking about. There it is, right, yeah, this ship. I'm gonna get a decent day, right, open image. Save. Are you kidding us? I hate this new web format, the web. It's obviously it only works in browser, so if you want to like just save the image to show people, you can it without it being a total pain in the arse. There we go, that's a better one. Right, I got it. Right, yeah. So it was this ship. Browns. That ship. That is the ship that was atop the cliffs in Stormblood. I knew we was talking about that one. That's Numkrev's Ark, which he saved many people on. Saddened by the sight, Numkrev gathered to him a crew, blah blah blah. Journey the coast. Saddened by the sight, Numkrev gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the Ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. The settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan we live in to this day. Roads of Old, the colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak in Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumours spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognise what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussion turned to the subject of the motherland. Yeah, that was the place where Alexander, where they abandoned it. In response to some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as the Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. Following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum, or cover the history of Sharlayan motherland in great detail. Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Numkempt, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the Northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their saviour, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of mind rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth of coin, And the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings, for the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star. They would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. I want to read them all, but I accidentally read the third one. It's Trike. Leather-bound tour. The voice of a growing city. I hope I can actually read them all, even if I do finish this one. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions. But in the year 201 of the Sixth Umbral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led... Fuck was that? Oh. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from among their peers. I mean, 99. I get saying that. This is fucking the House of fucking Commons, this. Literally, a lot of law in this game, like Ishgard's location, and now this place, it's all very British. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the Forum, as we know it today, conceived and created. You have gained a fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history and the foundation of the Forum. Head outside and rendezvous point with your companions. I better be able to read the rest. Yes. Yeah. Reading. An introduction to the heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak of not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern the starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Aha! Here's a bit of history on Dalamud. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift amongst imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? Would you like to know more? Forever 20 summers. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra. I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40, whatever age you are when you discover this manual. Let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from biological, aetherological, and arcane viewpoint. Okay. Ah? What is ah? Why ah? Is the feed fine? Is everything good? Didn't die, did it? Why the ah? See, everybody I bump into, almost 90% of the people are dressed in dark clothing. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Arthur Crile should be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically. So we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they were even that. At present, plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphinaud and I were to return to Charlian, we were not to be allowed to cross the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Gaha? Have you been to visit your family? Or do they not live here in the city? Well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born rather further away. in the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvus, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnir. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Miqorti to serve as labourers. Of course, the massive earthquake of the Fourth Umbra Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvus braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvus under Garlean rule? For the past 5 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most Imperial provinces. Alright, music, calm down. But Garlemald renamed the region Locus Aemonus. Ah! Isn't that the same place as the Reapers, where they were before they fled? When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, nobles of House Darnus. Yeah. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favour of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once did, or once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and this decision was made to bury our ties. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Alec. As the last child born with the Allagan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends of the students of Baldessian, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me. It was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisoix, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs? Wives? Spelled W-A-I-F? Is it wives? And rescued, adopted waifs? It can't be wives, waifs. And rescued orphans are more common among Sharlayans than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn. And with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such love for this country. and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Jasix. More company should be arriving any moment now. There are others better suited to poring over old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events. If I can find anything to better inform the Forum's baffling behaviour. What else do I know of Corvus? Precious little, I'm afraid. I've not returned since Master Gala first brought me here. I could tell you that Corvus rebels still seek to slip the yoke of their Imperial masters, though the fighting is far less fierce than it once was. Oh, and they have carpets, flying carpets. The legends are quite extraordinary. Yes, they just cost you real money off the store. Just. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mr. Kyle has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent Forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days come from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amaroth firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? A complete destabilization of creation magics. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground. Indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Istola summarized that the closest known magic to that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Acids. Is that of the summoning rituals. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? Aye. Don't start now. The shade began with a keening sound from the land itself. Ah, yes. The Amaratans spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course. Thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seemed that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually, it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarat was spared. So the ground was crying out, you see. To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Nerman's mammoths, and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? The knocked Alamut from the sky. No. They summoned Zodiac. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Yeah, he rewrit all the laws. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Heidelin. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly means when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? My nose will not stop itching. We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola. But it's time we began studying these research papers. Many forum members are also researchers or professors. If they know aught of the final days, then that knowledge might surface in their writing. That is my hope anyway. It really is comforting to have all these dedicated assistants on hand. Right then, enough chatting, more reading. Next. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Rionji learned of the source's reflection from the Gurren oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Gubal Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that my colleagues, be they Archons or Councillors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet, when you confronted Master Forsnald with knowledge of the Telothroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behaviour, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. You labour for what feels like an age as Istola's research assistant. Thank you for your help, but I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. If I were you, I'd steal a few quiet moments for myself. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, Mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. A seat at the last stand. Alize appears in desperate need of a study break. Ready for a tea break, Jasix? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know last stand down the harbour, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. The efforts to gain Grahatia's attention go unnoticed. He appears to be lost in his reading. I found naught of interest so far. I think Istola might be right about not getting our hopes up. We did find one paper focused on the world before the advent of the first Umbral Calamity, but it reads more like a work of fanciful fiction than an actual academic supposition. Any side quests cropped up? Nope. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet chef sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Tlofroy. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Alicia is now accompanying. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Alicia behind. Blah, 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 blah. Is there anywhere that's optional? What? What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Tlofroy. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear and... Wait, you're that House Leveler girl, aren't you? And this man with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge in their barbaric whims. And here you are giving truth to the rumour. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've naught to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologise. It was foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Jasix. I can scumbag kick him in the nuts. Billy's tea on him. Dick. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Tlofroy and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Leveler. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Firstnault that I was helping you... I see. Well, sorry to have bothered you. That guy's head was covering up the O-N, so when I looked over to the guy over there, it just says dick. That guy's a dick. Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alicia I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons in the studium, at the studium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Althanor had set sail for Eorzea. But then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? It's complicated. And I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Leveler. No matter how discreet Master Firstnault may have been, news of your family's doings never stay a secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We have questions, and only Charlian has the answer. Tell me, Master Tickon, have you heard anything about the apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. That's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. Lovely. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea, I hate to ask, but what do you think? Bear with us. That looks much darker now that it's actually nighttime in game. Let's try and fix that. That looks even worse if I turn off the filter that I put on. Looks dark as hell. That looks better there. Looks a bit better there. Oh God, what have I done? What have I done? Yeah, that'll do. Hopefully that's alright. Right, that's the spirit. Pay attention now and I'll explain where each of these dishes need to go. The tea is set for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should be able to see a McCourtier gentleman. He ordered an oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. Okay. Right, so they want the tea. Unless it's just gonna. Tea set. Ah, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Tluff for who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them. Or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. You are useless to me. Useless. Ah, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in, no time to waste. What? The Tlofroy? Ah, yes. I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. And will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Let's stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Urbian banter with a smile. What? At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that will explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. Must be busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of sorts. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlotte. Priceless books, unusual live specimens and so forth. You don't know what? Yeah, the collector. So named for those folks who trail after the Reaper. The Reapers in the fields. What? So named for those folk who trail after the Reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Slothroi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbour and you'll see what I mean. They're creating loads in from the dock all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Oh. Any trouble with customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Oh god, hang on, the colour's completely off now. That's the problem with this capture card. If I get the blue right, the red's off. Or the green's off. If I get the green right, one of the others is off. And it's by far the worst capture card I've had, but I'm not spending money on another one. I've got a 4K capture card that I can plug into a PC, but me current gaming rig isn't big enough. It's a smaller motherboard, and the graphics card takes up most of the space. Yeah, that's better. That is better. I'm busy looking at my scythe. My scythe just can't get the colour right. So whereas if I turn off the colour correction that I've made, it just looks grey and washed out and horrible. See how I put my filter on there and it's getting rid of that washed out effect on it, the grey, like over scan of that's across it all. But then the colour goes off a bit. Mainly in the reds. But then if I get the reds right, it knocks everything else off. Stupid capture card. Yeah, I'll do. Screw it. Can't be bothered. Does the image look blurry, or is it just me? Does the video look like slightly blurry to you guys? Brr. Hang on, let's see. Full screen project source, window project source, window project source. Let's see what that looks like when I increase it. That looks better there. I've sharpened it up a bit. That looks better. Yeah, that's better there. Not too sharp. Cool. That'll do. Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Deccan had nothing to offer. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they have done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, a cup of coffee I promised. But let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossip and their gossips and their waggling tongues. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. I'll quickly check something. Ah, here we are. Na, 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 na. Nope, never mind. Can't find any info. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
Hello. Where are you going with them?
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, That knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Right, I'm gonna call it there for tonight, guys. Hopefully get up bright and early and do some more of this tomorrow. But until then, that is the end of Endwalker for tonight. And yeah, I'll be back again tomorrow. If you're new to the channel, as always, if you're to that follow button, if you're watching on YouTube, enjoy. And I'll be back again tomorrow. Have a good one, guys, and I'll see you again later. Peace.